Okay, then. Here we are. Let's just get right down to it. Got a lot of stuff to try to accomplish today. And we do have a couple patch notes. Let's see here. For today's hotfix, let's see, memory optimizations. The previous patch that increased raid target health pools has been reverted. Warrior endurance AA, that's the 1% regen, has been temporarily disabled because it was broken. Hey, Kim Katzen, good evening. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you too. Let's see, what else? Unbound Wrath, that's the Warrior's passive for melee crit damage, is now actually working. Let's see, Beast Lord unlock achievements are working properly. Did some audio changes at opening. Commander Iktra now properly stops taking metal bits at Amiable. He gives like faction quests for XR faction. And Translocator Gnomes now no longer charge for characters who've never passed level 20. Huzzah. Alright. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, we're 35 and a half right now, by the way. Take a quick gander at what spells we have coming up. Pacify. We do have Insight available now, if we care. We can cast Divine Vigor as well. I mean, we have Gift of Magic. I'm actually curious. Since we can cast them now, I'm a little curious how much they actually give us. So, statistic buffs, Gift of Magic. How much does this actually buff our mana by? We have 3202. And this buffs it by 50. Okay. That is probably the last time we will ever cast that spell, by the way. But we also have Insight. Alright, let's see how much that gives us. And Wisdom. Alright, how much does Insight give us? Alright, 3252. Makes us to 3316. So another 64 mana at this level. Not great. Yeah, we will probably never cast that spell again either. Center, yeah. We will toss out a greater shielding on ourselves, just kind of for the hell of it. While we're sitting here casting some buffs, we might as well. Yeah, we still have Instrument of Knife up. We do actually want to count. We have Clarity. We already have Clarity. Prepped. Okay. Anything else? Let's see. Wrath. Anarchy. Spirit Armor. Charisma. Let's see. We already have feedback prepped. Word of Alandar. Portion of incoming spell damage. Consumes a bloodstone. Of course. Haunting Visage. Which I guess is... Closer target in a haunting visage, drawing more attention to any action they take. So it's an aggro buff that lasts 36 seconds. Okay. I mean, you know, cast it on your tank right before you pull, I guess. And there you go. And a Slabibby, hello. Good day to you as well. Vision buffs don't do anything. Levitate doesn't matter. Fire Elemental. A shield of flame that harms those who, you know what? We can turn into a Fire Elemental to at least give ourselves an extra damage shield. Otherwise, let's see, what else do we have? Another AC buff, resist. Divine Purpose. Oh yeah, we get Cajoling Whispers. We get our next charm at 37. That'll be nice because we get to charm anything up to 46, which is anything in Lower Guk. Let's see. Otherwise, we get Rampage at 38. Wandering Mind. The Wandering Mind has a 150-second recast. Good lord. I'm actually curious how well it even works. We'll maybe give it a try when we get there. We get Celerity at 39. Oh, yeah, okay. We're shielding Boon of the Garrow at 40. Okay. Yeah, that'll actually be handy. That's probably the next, like, big spell other than Charm. Yeah, Shiftless Deeds at 41. Okay. Are we in, yeah, we are in Guk Bottom right now. Do we... You know, we'll just... Yeah. Personal instance. We do want respawns. Do it on +2. So, alright. Yeah, I'd like to get Enchanter up to, like, 46 tonight, if at all possible. And then I want to go... see about doing some Innoruuk. Specifically, I want to take Shaman up to Innoruuk and see how it compares to Cleric. Also, by the way, let's see, secrets mentioned in the discussion thread about the spell upgrade system that, which was on the public Discord. So we are allowed to talk about it here. But yeah, she mentioned the the moat combining system is now done and will be shown off in the stream tomorrow. So that will be a thing. That was a thing that has been talked about in passing on the beta Discord. Has not been publicized yet until today. But that'll be a thing. So you'll be able to put low-tier moats together to create higher-tier moats. You know, the mathematical formula for that is, you know, as of yet not seen because it's not actually on beta yet. But we'll get a taste of that in the official stream tomorrow. So please look forward to it. There we go. Illusion Fire Elemental and does feedback. And hey, Foul Torvo with the 10 stream streak. GG. Always glad to have you here. Keep filling out that battle pass. Do those dailies. Come on. We're looking very good here as a fire elemental. Alright, they are taking 21 damage from the damage shield. Now if I take off feedback, is it the same amount of damage? No, it is not. Okay, they do actually stack. Alright, very good. So, fire elemental form stacked with feedback. Very handy. Mm. Arree! Ree! Apparently, you know, when a Ree kid dies, he becomes a greater Icebone. And some Bronze Greaves, which we've apparently never dropped until just now. Or, no, I think we might have actually, or the only one we ever used was the one we were wearing for some time. Bonk. Let's see, any... Just casually... Whoop. Pull these guys over here and just step out of line of sight so they have to come around the corner. Get all nice and bunched up. Okay. Close enough. The fact that we don't mez ourself with this is huge. That's what makes this possible. Oh, we forgot to... I think we actually forgot to cast augmentation on ourselves, or wait. At least it was running out. And you know, why does clarity take 3.1 seconds to cast? Like, what an oddly specific cast time. Why not just 3 seconds? Kind of like in some RPGs where you open a treasure chest and you find like 563 gold. You know, like, why the oddly specific number? You know, why not a number divisible by 10, or at least divisible by 5? You know, tell you, I am very much looking forward to the official stream tomorrow. Getting a look at... Oh, Ding 36, by the way. Getting a look at Nectropos Castle. As I was saying last night, that was far and away my favorite zone for the short time that I played EQ2. It was a very good dungeon. And just tons of content in that dungeon. And just, you know, anything to kind of break out of the existing level paradigm of the old world of, you know, Unrest to mid-20s, Mistmore to mid-30s, Guk to mid-40, or to Guk to 46, Plains to 50. You know, add a little bit of variety there. Plus, you know, chance to add just all new items with no preconceived notions. You know, and, you know, if the Ring of Boarfire is in there, you know, a chance to have pre-planar jewelry that doesn't suck. Hello there. Actually, can I charm the Cavalier? Probably not, because he's named. Oh, it let me at least try. Let's overchannel that and try again. All right, Ghoul Cavalier, will you please? Nope, he just can't be charmed. Okay. This Wan Ghoul Knight though, he can be charmed. All right, Wan Ghoul Knight, and he's level 37, which is the correct level. That's what we were looking for. This 37 is the cap on our current charm. He's having trouble with the pathing, but he'll figure it out. Oops. Buddy. Come on. Stay charmed for more than like a minute, please. No. So, how is everybody doing tonight? It is already Thursday, only one day left in the week. Like, the whole month of June is kind of flying by. I gotta tash the little mud skipper. But is he a muddy mud skipper? Oh, hello, Ghoul Executioner. That's a very nice axe you have there. Which he did not feel like dropping. Because he's just kind of a bum like that. Alright, let's see here. Oh, come on. Can we... There. Just pull this Ghoul Knight down from the corner. He can... Here we go. Let's... Oh. And assuming the next major patch goes out on Tuesday, we should have a good bit of stuff to play around with and test out that day. So please look forward to it. Ghoul Knight. Come on, bud. Come on, guy. I'm trying to let you live a little bit longer than the other frogs, but you're just intent on being that guy, aren't you? I'm even trying to give you buffs and stuff to help you out. And, you know, this is how you repay me. You gotta stop biting the hand that feeds you there, bud. Bruh. Got a pretty good cup of coffee right here. Oop. Try that again. Come on. So our XP is at 69% right now. Very nice. You know, depending on the how the math on moat farming works, you know, maybe actually grinding up a you know, enough moats to take an item to plus 10 will be plausible. Maybe we might be able to just bank a giant stack of moats instead of having to bank 32 Fiery Avengers. Or maybe maybe we'll be able to just make enough plus 6 moats that we can get away with just 16 Fiery Avengers. Which honestly feels like a totally reasonable compromise. You know, only doing the epic quest 16 times seems, you know, a little bit more reasonable than doing it 32 times. Now, I'll tell you, I'm yeah, super excited for the spell upgrade system. Looking forward to proccing Instrument of Knife, like +8. And, you know, since Instrument of Knife is a spell that's with you for so long, that you never really outgrow, it's absolutely worth investing a bunch of motes into. Ashy! Funny if they just didn't add epics. I think people would riot if that happened. Ding, 37. Yep. Alright, you get mezzed for a sec. Oops. Detrimental. Enthrall. Yeah, cajoling whispers. Alright, we can charm something up to 46 now, so... Yeah, Mr. Wan Ghoul Knight here. Sorry, you have outlived your usefulness. Sitting on 29 AAs to spend. Should probably decide what to do with those at some point. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and pull with Mez. Maybe we'll grab one of those Bach Ghoul Knights from the Ghoul Lord's room. Or a nice bloodthirsty ghoul from up here. Let's see here. Or one of these dark ghoul knights. They're level 43. That's pretty good. But, Yeah, now we have 30 AAs banked. Hey, I'm actually curious how many the game lets you bank. Probably like 50 or something. Oh. Yeah, for some reason the one up there never aggroes. The one... He must have some just kind of weird line of sight restrictions or something. We're slowly, actually getting better at conjuration. So that's a thing. Yeah, conjuration is at 163 right now. And specialize. Yeah. The, yeah, specialization still goes by, alphabet when you're not on your original loadout that set your specializations in the first place. So our real specialization duo is alteration and evocation. But on this kit, it's alteration and abjuration. A nice dark ghoul. I'd like to get a nice dual class ghoul knight if at all possible. Something nice and sturdy. There's 30 at start, then got raised a couple times to 100 eventually. Yeah, of course, we can always just take more ranks of Master of All and just specialize in everything. But, we're getting close to 38. Oh, or getting there anyway. Oh, hello there, Zol Ghoul Knight. And apparently, yeah, 4.5% for a yellow kill. Yes, please. Was, oh, for max, banked AAs, you mean? Yeah, I could see myself banking 100 AAs for Kunark on launch. Or, I mean, on live, or real server. Who's dinging me? Better be important. It is not. Okay. And Stone Free 69, good evening. Yeah. Once you find the way to a dungeon, should be okay XPing elf. Well, fortunately, you know, from the front gate of Freeport, it's just not that hard of a path to get to Befallen. Also, very handy. One of the changes today is the gnome teleporters at the docks are now free up to level 20. So you can, you know, freely warp around and you can go hit Ocean of Tears and, you know, warp quickly, or also go between Freeport and Kinos freely at the start. Also, you know, get on and off of Otis if you're so inclined. And I'll tell you, the Warrens is a really, really good newbie zone. I think part of my fresh off the bat leveling strat might, with the Freeport to Kinos teleport being available, might actually instead of going out to like the common lands or something, might just go to Kinos, hit the do the sewer head quest. You know, start getting faction rolling. Because that quest also gives you a whole bunch of like patchwork armor and stuff. You know, do that a few times. And then maybe head to Warren's for a few levels, because Warren's drops a whole bunch of you know, like patchwork armor just by a different name, and then just drops it all over the place. So I don't think we have any other 37. Yeah, other than Cajoling Whispers. 38, we have Yelp 2, Spirit Wolf. Oh, yeah, 38, we have Rampage. Okay. Increasing your... Oh, it's the... Increasing... Oh, yeah, that's the new... that's the, like, the strength rune thing. So, yeah, don't care. 38. Draining their mana and giving it to you. I'm a little curious about this spell. We're going to prep that spell. Because I'm curious if it actually works. It's got a 2.5-minute recast on it. But I'm a little curious to see if it works. Just at all. Yep. Also, yeah, the yeah, on the map you can search for like zone lines and stuff. You can hit the find button and you can get the golden path to the zone connections. Now, in some places it might not give you the best path, kind of like GPS. It gives you the most direct path, but like getting to Unrest in Dagnor's Cauldron, going the direct route is not necessarily the best idea. Unless you can deal with all the water goblins that are in the way. I need to deliberately burn some mana. So I can test if mana drain actually works. So we have a level... Alright, that Bach Knight is level 46. Okay, so is he. Alright, well, we're gonna just over-channel this nice Bach Ghoul Knight right here. Alright, Mezd, Hopter, where are you? There you go. Alright, Hopter, you're getting slowed. Alright, mana is 3196, 3230. I don't think that did anything. You know, I don't think that mana steal actually worked. This Hopter was still at 100% after it landed. And my mana did not visibly go up, I don't think. Alright, Ghoul Knight, come with me. We have much slaying to do. As all of you. Do a heal or 2 or 3. Maybe we should just get a Tash going on here. We can, Utility detrimental. Stay mezzed, please. I'm not... Hey. Guys, I'm trying to be nice here. Undead, yeah, detrimental. Resist. There we go, Tash. Alright, Bach Ghoul Knight. Get tashed. And get charmed. Hey, Jintu. Any patches? Bring back the Freeport turn-in? Not yet. Make you wait till release. Well, you know, and if that happens, we'll just, you know, if test server is back up by then we'll be able to, you know, log in a test, do the turn-in real quick, see the result, and then hop on live. if we really want to. But that's okay. That sort of thing is what testing is for. You know, finding out, oops, this thing needed more time in the oven. Alright, let's... Alright. 466. Do we gain mana? No, we do not. The spell landed, but it didn't do anything. So, okay. Yeah, mana taps are just not working. Nothing new. Might be fine. Full autoing 250 with Mana Diver Fenny. John Wick with Exobow. That's why you went with Higurashi? Okay. I mean, Higurashi is a great weapon. I mean, there are no bad illustrious weapons now that Mercy Lago got fixed. And Rome Faya got awesome. Did you also uncap your Rome Faya yet? And hey, FF Buff with the 5-stream streak, GG, filling out that battle pass, getting those dailies done. That was my drive earlier this week. And also, Zambu Luong, also on a 5-stream streak. GG. Everybody's filling out their battle pass. I mean, well, the highlight of the Monday drive had about, a 400-mile round trip, and about 20 miles from home, a deer jumped out in front of my car again. I had just 2 weeks prior gotten my car back from the body shop from the previous time a deer jumped in front of it. So, well, fortunately, deer strikes like that are considered an act of God. They are not an at-fault incident, so my premiums will not be affected. But still annoying, because I still have to, pay the $500 deductible and pay to rent a car for 2 weeks, or 2.5 weeks, however long it takes to fix. So, each incident does set me back like $1,000. Oh, why am I stuck? Come on, get me out of the wall there. And ding 39. Very nice. Yeah, at this point, the body shop should just pre-order an extra, you know, bumper and hood for me, because and grill, because clearly we're gonna need them. I've only owned this car since January, and I have now replaced the bumper 3 times. And none of those incidents were my fault or the car's fault. Just one of those things. Alright, Tash wore off. Alright, we don't... Alright, Wandering Mind does not actually work. Direct damage, stun, and we'll just Just put desist back up there. Because the mana sieve doesn't work. Which is what I expected. We're actually killing a little bit too quickly now. This is a good problem to have. Okay. Mez everybody. Tash the pet. Recharm the pet. I got a little nervous earlier today because I got an email from the mortgage company saying, "Here's your new mortgage statement." And I'm like, "What? What do you mean, like new mortgage statement? What's changing about my mortgage that I need a new statement?" No, it's just the way they were. Or the timing with which they were handing out statements relative to when your payments are due and when you submit payments was changing. Otherwise, yeah, everything was the same. I still got a little nervous there for a minute. Deer ran into the server. That would explain a lot. These frogs are just kind of evaporating. It's nice. Oh, hello, a ghoul executioner. Even show better compared to yesterday's nerf? Oh, hey, we finally got one of the axes. Not that we need it, but, I mean, cool, I guess. And, The damage has not actually been reverted yet. So that'll be like in the next real update. Or that will be in an upcoming real update. So probably on Tuesday. It's just having access to Enchanter buffs and charm pets. Damage is very good, just in general. But yeah, like, I was not even upset about the weapon damage nerf. But then, I'm also accustomed to testing phases, meaning testing. Not, not early access. There's a difference. But then, as I've said before, I used to do actual professional game QA, so I have a slightly different perspective than a lot of people. Also did a little bit of, game publishing and, PR and local and a lot of localization, stuff like that. So. Oh yeah, charm pet. Especially now that we, our charm pet still cons red. Our charm pet's level 46, I think. Yeah. Yeah, our charm pet's level 46. It's one of Hopter's guards. No, gaming QA is a job like any other. If you want to ever make something as unfun as possible, go through it with a fine-tooth comb. To sort out all the comma splices and typos and grammatical mishaps and all that, Especially when the game has an amount of text roughly equal to The Lord of the Rings. Oh, I think what seemed to be the case was, like the more underlying problem was that, weapon damage was so far ahead because of upgradability that, the game was kind of evolving into just melee quest. So weapons had to be brought down a notch to keep spells viable. And then they decided to fast-track the spell upgrade system that was intended to be further down the pipe, and decided to fast-track that so spells would become viable, and then that permitted weapons to be brought back in line because they would no longer be out of line. So... So in the end, I think everybody wins. But yeah, also, but that kind of backlash on something that's being tested is why so much testing happens behind closed doors, because so many people just just do not understand that. Yeah. That, yeah. Testing is testing. It is not final. It is, by design, a work in progress. And that nothing is final. And it's a testing phase for a reason. But, yeah. I think the well has been poisoned by the... by like early access type things. People don't know the difference between early access and beta anymore. And ding 40. Oh, we have Boon of the Garrow now. Excellent. Ooh. We could give our Ghoul Knight Boon of the Garrow as well. Right, we'll have to click off Fire Elemental. We can actually... is it listed as... Yes, it is actually listed as a combat innate. Interesting. In addition to being an illusion other. Okay. It only has a 6-minute duration, so we're not going to cast it that much on our pet. Oh, it also has a... Blah. Oh, yeah, okay. We can only really... We could hypothetically keep it on ourself and the pet with the... like, just barely so. Alright, we're not going to bother putting it on the pet. Just for, No, we gotta wait. We'll put Fire Elemental Illusion back on while we wait for Boon to come off cooldown. You know, also, something I would love to see in-game would be something akin to ancient spells that we saw on live through, like, the Velius era, the Velius and Lucklin eras, where, you know, certain spells were drop only off of pinnacle boss targets. As opposed to just every spell coming off a vendor. Because that allows you to pack more punch into a spell by locking it behind challenging content. You know, so you have certain spells that are aspirational content. Because as far as like aspirational content in the spellcasting department, there's Ice Comet and that's about it. And even Ice Comet is not that big of a quest, especially now that you don't have to worry about failing the trade skill combine at the end. But and they, if people complain about that, then but at the same time, I'm sure those same people just take it for granted that, well, obviously a melee character who goes and fights those bosses has a better weapon than a character who doesn't. Because that's just common sense, right? But spells just have to come off of vendors for some reason. Because and similarly, like those people will complain that they don't, that other than some extra HP and MP, they don't really get much from doing pinnacle content. They don't really have anything to look forward to. But then when you tell them, okay, well, we'll put some like big beefy spells on the final boss. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I said. I need to be able to buy all my spells off of vendor as soon as I level up. It's like you can't have it both ways. But I mean, just like other thing, by the way, I saw people complaining about with the spell upgrade system. People complaining that casters will be spread too thin with their motes because they'll have to spend motes on gear and spells, unlike melee characters who will only have to spend motes on gear. But these were the same people that the day before were complaining that as casters, spending motes on gear didn't really do anything, except give them a couple extra hit points and mana that didn't really move the needle. It's like, oh, okay, well, so then spend them on your spells and don't bother upgrading your gear. If it doesn't do anything, or if the value is very low, don't do it, or don't do it until you have, very much hit the point of diminishing returns on your spells. Pick one side of the complaint here. Remove spells and weapons. Just make everyone play monk. That game already exists. It's called Kenshi. But I think the people complaining on both sides of that argument simultaneously are basically just mentally captive Redditors who have spent their entire life living entirely off of like guides and metagames built by other people, and they're accustomed to being told that they absolutely have to have every single stat on everything maxed out in order to do content. And if they don't have everything min-maxed best in slot, then they're a second-class citizen. And that is complete nonsense. But like I said, those people are just completely mentally held captive by their metagame fixated subreddit of choice. So, I mean, people in every game are pretty good at complaining. I mean, you know, go read the Path of Exile forum at some point, because Path of Exile still has an active, old-fashioned bulletin board system. And my God, you know, if you ever want, you know, if you ever want to have your rose-tinted glasses about the good old days of the internet in the glory days of the BBS, you know, yeah, go read the Path of Exile forum, and you will be reminded that the good old days weren't so good. Hey, ping. 285. Cool. Yeah, yeah, the min max has just gotten tiresome. You know, yeah, people will inevitably move towards efficiency on any game as the systems of that game become solved equations. That's just a natural thing that is going to happen. You know, because I mean, we see it in every sport as well. Like in football, why does every team run man defense instead of zone defense? Because it just works. That's why. Why does nobody ever throw a lateral in NFL? Because it fails more often than not. um, why does you know? Why does so much professional boxing devolve into everybody just doing rope-a-dope? Because Muhammad Ali proved that it works all the time. It's just the best way to win the game. Which is why, by the way, professional boxing 99% of the time is so boring to watch. Uh, because the equation was solved. The equation was solved 50 years ago. And the sport has been min-maxed into just into oblivion now. And then, you know, like in NFL, for example, the game has been, you know, so min-maxed and so studied that you know, most teams, generally speaking, run the exact same strategy because it's a solved equation. There's very little variation, and everyone has basically figured out that the methodology is to play to not lose. And because everything is so precisely predictable down to the nth decimal, you know, one bad turnover will probably mean the game. So just play conservatively, so you don't give up that one unlucky turnover. You know, the main step towards winning is not losing, as it turns out. So yeah, the progression of players towards optimized play is inevitable. And you know, like one of the problems today, compared to 25 years ago, is informate through wikis and Discord servers and everything else. You know, information gets digested, metabolized, and transmitted way faster than it did 25 years ago when everything was, you know, curated information sites like Alakazam and bulletin board systems and other asynchronous communication platforms. So information gets iterated upon many, many times faster than it did before. You know, like you hear a rumor that your favorite celebrity died. You know that and you know you go check their Wikipedia article, and it already has been updated to say so and so was an American movie star. You know the guy just died 10 minutes ago. The body hasn't even gone cold yet, but his Wikipedia page is already up to date. You know, this is the speed that modern information iterates at. And then you have the other problem of information information being monetized, and people naturally, taking advantage of algorithmic quirks, and naturally using inflammatory language like "you must," or "you need," whatever, to do a thing. You are not, saying, you won't be able to beat boss XYZ unless you have ABC. You must be at least this optimized to join the raid. And then you end up with people who do not want to think for themselves and don't want to solve the raid themselves, because that might require math, and so they just take it at face value that you need ABC in order to do XYZ, and that gets repeated enough times, and eventually, a lie told enough times becomes the truth. Oh, my pet broke again. Oh, hey, Bach, Ghoul Knight, you're only a yellow con now. And, Also, I need to. We're gonna click off that. I need to give myself feedback and haste again. I don't think. Oh, 41. Oh, we get shift. Oh, based. We get shiftless deeds instead of tepid deeds. Yes, we get our big boy slow. Yeah, tepid deeds was already 40%. For some reason, yeah, tepid deeds actually shows the slow percentage. The other ones don't. Why is that? Also, shiftless has a 6-second cast time. Good lord. Yeah, we'll absolutely need to use inversion to. Oh, we can cast brilliance at this level for what it's worth. I don't think it's going to be worth much. Okay. 42 is, oh, we get Boon of the Clear Mind at 42. Oh, that's just group clarity. Werewolf weakness. Pillage at 42. 43. 44. Yeah, 44. We just get Valor. 5. Oh, when do we get our big boy haste? Renewal. Dazzle. Berserker Spirit. Increasing. It's Swift Like the Wind is 47. Okay. Blanket of Forgetfulness. Allure. Oh yeah. We got our big boy Charm at 46. Charisma buff, superior healing at 46. Oh yeah, we do get oh no, we get that's right. Still, yeah, we don't get any. Yeah, that's still that. Dismiss, Divine, Purify, Alendar, Killer. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're good for now. Oh, Celerity though. Yeah, we got Celerity at 39. Okay. Which is 16 minutes. Instead of 27, but some clarity. All right, Bach Ghoul Knight. Let's see. You can have some feedback also. You can have some celerity. Okay. Okay. And now on myself, we will hit Boon of the Garo. Alright, there we go. Increasing their attack rating, dexterity, and we get a life tap proc. Very nice. Alright. And we get the oh, I forgot to celerity myself. Whoa. The it's actually only 25%. Okay. Alright. Bach Ghoul Knight, what are you doing there, bud? Come on, just stay charmed. Thank you. Actually, looking for those actual Boon of the Garou procs to go off. Is yeah. Hey, get back here. No. Or don't. Wonder if the life tap proc bit is not stacking correctly with Instrument of Knife. They're supposed to stack. There it goes. Okay. Finally went off. I mean, it's only 17. It's we got a life tap strike there. There it went. Okay, it does work. Just low activation rate, I guess, or very low priority, maybe compared to Instrument of Knife and other stuff. But yeah, it's only 17 points anyway, so not a big deal. We might actually. We might swap back to Fire Elemental. Least values, celerity, 47. They must have. On the other hand, item-based haste is way more readily available in larger quantities. So I think it's fair. You know, when everybody gets to kill Nagafen 5 times per week, you know, everybody will get a Cloak of Flames very early in their career. Actually, I tell you what, Bach Ghoul Knight. Here, become a werewolf. I will choose to be a fire elemental instead. Yeah, honestly, Cloak of Flames is way, way more readily available than FBSS. Which is just kind of goofy. Oh, that... I was going to say, I don't really want to charm the Ghoul Lord PH. Because I do want to kill more Ghoul Lords, just for funsies. Oh. Dingus, stay charmed. You know, I was all nice and gave you Boon of the Garrow and everything. And that's how you thank me? Level 50 in bronze. I mean, I know that feel. I know that feel very well. But that was also back when you were competing with 53 other people or 71 other people or, you know, a lot of other people for any drops at all. Instead of everybody getting a full deck of loot off of, you know, 5 Nagafens all done in a row. And especially in a group setting, you know, presumably, you know, with, you know, people will be willing to, you know, pass around, you know, extra duplicates, especially within any kind of, like, guild or friend group, because, you know, there will be so many Cloaks of Flames going around that not like they will have that much market value. So people should be able to just, you know, hand them out freely to... the good old DKP days. Honestly, all the best guilds I was ever in did not use DKP. You know, loot was assigned based on the value it, you know, that would be gained by giving it to one person or the other. You know, weapon upgrades go to the main damage dealers first. Armor upgrades go to the main tanks first. You know, focus upgrades go to the core casters first, you know. Stuff like that. You know, and it works as long as you're able to trust the leadership to allocate all that loot intelligently instead of hoarding it within, you know, a little, you know, corrupt clique. Yeah, Paladin, generally, I mean, being the, you know, the second tier tank was, you know, yeah, not first in line for gear, but that's okay. Was, you know, you don't need to be first in line. You'll get there eventually. Especially when your guild is, you know, actually good and will be farming 100% of content, you know, pretty much as fast as it gets released. I meant to watch those last night, and I actually, true story. After I logged off last night, I was uploading the VOD and you know, answering a few comments and stuff like that, and I actually just fell asleep at my desk. Woke up like 40 minutes later, stumbled over to bed and went to bed. So I actually did not get a chance to yet. Oh, hello, Mr. Ghoul Sentinel. Oh yeah, you know, how many times have I just fallen asleep on camera? No. And ding 42. Also, so I was kind of inspired. For anybody who's familiar with the YouTuber Seer, he does a lot of like Diablo 2 stuff. He's been doing a bunch of like really crazy Final Fantasy challenge runs recently. It kind of inspired me to do a Final Fantasy VI challenge run. And I'm curious how plausible it would actually be, or if anybody would care. So the challenge he did for Final Fantasy V was, can you beat Final Fantasy V without spending money, without running from battle, and without ever opening the menu? And anyone who's ever, you know, played a Final Fantasy game might be wondering, well, wait a minute. If you don't open the menu, how do you save the game? That's the best part. You don't. But so I was thinking, like, how plausible would it be to do that in Final Fantasy VI? Because the thing about Final Fantasy VI, broadly, is the hardest part about doing a challenge run in Final Fantasy VI is that the game is just so easy by default that it's actually hard to make it hard. You have to introduce a lot of really, really crazy restrictions in order to make the game even vaguely challenging. Because one of the problems in Final Fantasy VI is magic is just completely overpowered, which is actually thematically appropriate because magic in the context of the plot is like nuclear weapons grade overpowered. You know, magic was thought to be basically extinct, and the crux of the plot is the evil empire figuring out how to bring it back and utilize it. And you know, if you're the only guy in the war with nukes, then you win the war before it begins. So yeah, and basically every character in the game just becomes a wizard over the course of the game, and there's really no reason to have most characters do much of anything besides just cast spells, especially once you get Ultima. Once you get Ultima, you have won the game, and there is no reason to ever do anything besides cast Ultima, or maybe Curaga. So a lot of character abilities just end up becoming kind of irrelevant because magic is better. And everybody ultimately has access to every spell in the game if you just do a little bit of grinding. This is why one of the popular restrictions in Final Fantasy VI for challenge runs, even if it isn't that big of a challenge, is so-called natural magic only, where the only magic spells you can cast are the ones that certain characters learn automatically by leveling up. Terra and Celeste, the two main heroines, they learn magic naturally. Nobody else does. So, that right there allows other characters to actually have a reason to do other things, like use their own unique abilities. Also, generally speaking, just normal attacks do become very strong over the course of the game, especially because you get things like auto haste pretty early in the game, actually. Hermes sandals that are like basically the end game accessory in other games in the series. Are actually available fairly early in Final Fantasy VI. Just laying around in treasure chests. So you can pretty much just mash the A button and win the majority of battles in the game. But yeah, if you can't open the menu, then you can't save the game. You can't ever equip espers, so that naturally locks you into a natural magic only run. You can't equip accessories. You can't ever change anybody's armor. So you're stuck with like the basic, banded armor or cloth armor that they spawn into the world with. I'm pretty sure in 6 you can pretty sure you can at least change weapons and shields in battle without going to the menu. I'm pretty sure 6 lets you do that. 4 and 5 let you do that. Also means no out-of-combat item usage, so you can't, or out-of-combat healing at all. You can only heal in battle, because you can't open the menu to cast spells or use consumables. Also means you can't check your level to see if you might fall victim to a level 5 death. Also means you can't check your step counter or your gold counter, which is important because especially the last digit of your gold is used for certain things like level ? Holy. Which there's only a couple of fights in the game that cast that. But if you went into that fight with your last gold digit being a 1, it would mean that that spell would hit your whole party. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to overchannel it. Actually, wait. Let's go ahead and Tash. All right. Let's go ahead and Mez. Come on, guys. Quit being that way. There you go. Get Mezzed. All right, now get Charmed. Yeah, and also being unable to spend money means you can never stay at inns, except for the 1 or 2 oddball instances where an inn is free. So restoring MP and HP and stuff is a very very sketchy thing. Oh, and also, yeah, you can't save the game. So you're playing on hardcore mode. And also, yeah, there's a very finite number of Phoenix Downs at that point. So characters dying at all is a very big problem outside of a few spots where you have free inns. The other kind of concept I had was actually trying to do the concept of can you beat the game with only an NES controller? which is, you know, if we're not running from battles, then we basically don't need L and R. If we're not opening the menu, then we don't need the Y button. Can we get rid of the X button as well? And the answer is no. In Kefka's Tower, you are obligated to hit the X button a couple of times because you need to be able to swap between the 3 parties, and you do that with the X button. So you have to hit X a couple times over the course of the game. Mostly right at the end. If you didn't need those couple of party swaps, you could actually beat the game with just the D-pad and the A button. I also don't think there's, other than canceling out of a menu for whatever reason, you're never obligated to hit the B button. Because it's just cancel. You could, gonna actually have a quick little med break here. And we'll just check our spells quick. 42. Oh, yeah, Boon of the Clairmine. Yeah, just good clarity. Illusion Werewolf. Holy Might. Yeah, nothing. There you go, turn back into a werewolf. Yeah, so if we were going to do that, we would need to set aside a pretty decent amount of time for it, because we'd need to do like a practice run first. Just to basically do some scouting, figure out like how many Phoenix Downs do we actually get over the course of a game. Or alternatively, like, can we steal them at some point? And which also then raises a question: if we wanted to like minimize, if we wanted to also do the game with only the requisite X button presses, i.e., only in Kefka's Tower, then that would mean that we would not be allowed to do the Phoenix Cave because you have to swap parties a few times in there, which means pressing X. So if we were only doing obligatory X buttons, then yeah, no Phoenix Cave. No Phoenix Cave means no lock in World of Ruin, which means no Cursed Shield / Paladin Shield, and no Ragnarok Sword, which in turn means no Illumina Sword. Which is actually probably better for the run overall, because the Paladin Shield, so the Paladin Shield or the Ragnarok Sword, I think it's the shield, teaches you Ultima, so it is another way for characters to learn Ultima, and once the party knows Ultima, you have won the game, and the last boss rush becomes kind of a joke. Also, you know, you give Celeste or Terra the Paladin shield and the Minerva bustier, and that character is basically unkillable. The only question then is, do you try to grind dinosaurs for an economizer so that you can win more? I will say though, grinding dinosaurs when you're playing on hardcore mode suddenly becomes very dangerous because you get into a pincer attack with two Tyrannosaurs. If they both cast Meteor, you're dead. And, you know, and hardcore means back to the title screen. Ding, 43. Be cool if your pet leveled with you. Well, you know, once we get spell upgrades, then maybe oh, probably. Well, I guess charm pets probably wouldn't level up with you, but like mage pets probably would. I'm sure mages will love summoning their epic pet plus 10. You know, having it like con yellow or possibly red to them at level 60. See, I am I assume he's a paladin. Hey, how did I know? He needs 2 bars of enchanted platinum because he's doing the divine might quest. He is a he is a paladin bard berserker, which here we go. Boon of the Garou. You can have some feedback and some augmentation while we're at it. Or some celerity, excuse me. Here, have some celerity. I will also have some celerity. At least for one more level until we get Valor of Mar. 20, actually 27, yeah. Celerity is 27% haste. Oh, Jin Ghoul Wizard, interesting. Alright. Yeah, you're super juiced up extra leveled charm pet. Breaks charm, proceeds to devour you. Many such cases. And I remember the battle days of Gates of Discord, when charm pets were the main way you did anything. And like as a paladin in the party, your main job was just to stare at the charm pet and babysit it in case it broke charm. And the charm pet basically solos the dungeon. The group is just along for the ride. You know, I like Gates of Discord conceptually. The early days of that expansion, though, were one of the eras of all time, let me tell you. That was also the golden age of the bat phone for getting the Kivik goats. Then the oh. Dang it, Bobby. Cool night. Come on, bud. What are you doing? Why you gotta be that way, huh? All giants and range DPS. You know, AoE Rampage is a hell of a drug. I remember doing ranged fights against Fen and Roe. That was no fun. Buddy. Stay charmed. Please. Living sub 50 for the AAs. Oh, also because some classes I just want at 50 just as alternate kits. Enchanter is one of those. But yeah, we're also stacking up piles of AA at the same time. We're at 291 now. Or, excuse me, 292. Something about Charisma Enchant gets you more gold while selling. Yeah, not to auto-sell, though. Yeah, auto-sell just gives you the base price. Does not give you any faction bonuses or charisma bonuses or anything like that. On the other hand, not having to lug stuff back to town and waste inventory space, well worth the slight haircut on the price. Let's see. Well, first thing we're gonna do, assuming the cheese is not nerfed, is grab a deep water harpoon. Then and druid whiz leveling. That'll come. Well, we'll do. We'll stick with paladin, cleric, zerker to start, and we'll go until upper 20s. Maybe, 30 just for round numbers sake. Basically, the point where Befallen kind of falls off. So probably around 28 to 30. Yeah, then we'll swap in Druid, level that to about 25 or 27. Then do the same with Wizard. So we'll have all the important ports at our disposal. And then we'll also have a big stack of extra AAs, so we'll be and we will be like fully kitted out with all those delicious Befallen drops at that point. And then we'll get back to leveling our main kit to 50. And yeah, that would be pending any other new zones or zone revamps that might come out between now and then. Yeah, that would just be in Befallen. Because it's right next to Freeport. And has a lot of very lucrative drops. And is just very, very convenient. And very easy to grind in. Yeah. Might be a little, 28 to 30 in Befallen might be a little slow. It might only go to... It might kind of peter out by like 28 or 29, but, you get the point. And, so, we go until it kind of slows down. Then, once we have our quality of life port spells unlocked, then we will head to Mistmoor for a while. And, because we want to get Soulfire hilts, and we want to grind to somewhere in the mid-30s. I mean, and again, leveling path is, you know, subject to change based on zone revamps and whatnot. Like, you know, tomorrow we will presumably find out the level range on Nectropos Castle, and we might get a taste of some of the items in there. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to wait until the stream tomorrow. But, you know, that's why I say, you know, based on what's in game right now. But I do definitely want to get a bunch of Soulfire Hilts. As many as possible. Plus, you also, you know, the Diamondine Earring is right there at that same camp in the spa. You know, and there's a few other goodies you can also potentially pick up at that camp, depending on if you pull the Caitiff's PH or not. So there's that. Then once we get to, you know, mid-30s and, you know, have adequate Soulfire Hilts, then we move to Guk. And we live in Guk until 46. Then at 46 we get to head to the plains and do dragons and all that fun stuff. Yeah, actually, I mean, once we can do dragons, and once we can get Plane of Sky keys, you know, that's the only kind of level restriction on Fiery Avenger. You know, because since you have to go to Plane of Sky, you have to be level 46. Full stop. Is there gonna be I don't know. They have not said anything public to that effect. You know, to confirm or deny how how many servers there may be. So, don't know. Oops. And yeah, absolutely, my pleasure. I am always happy to answer whatever questions people have. At least to the extent that it is possible to do so. Yeah, Sweaty Grinder. Yeah, generally speaking, I want to just sweat it out in, each of the major dungeons for as long as is possible. At least until that zone just kind of greens out and becomes not worth it. Yeah, maxing AAs and farming moats, getting your important gear plussed up as far as you can go, and getting your spells plussed up as far as you can go. Yeah, head to Running Eye in the 30s, get yourself a Mana Prez 2, unless you want to do the main attraction quest. Hello, Frenzied Ghoul. Oh. Well, at least you did it right now, right before we pulled Frenzy. So. Let's see. Do a co-pilot plan. Oh. There are only a couple of rank 3 focuses in the game. I know, currently. Currently, White Dragon Scale Cloak has damage 3. Is it on? No, it's on. No, it's on. It's on my weapon. Idol of the Underking has healing 3. And there might be like a summoning 3 or reanimation 3, maybe. Those might only be 2s. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But yeah, damage. Yeah. The damage 3 focus is the whole reason to do the White Dragon Scale Cloak quest. Because the cloak itself is okay, but at the point where you can get it, you can get better. But yeah, you pull the damage 3 mod off of it, and you never look back. Ding, 44. Huzzah. Affliction 3 from... Oh, yeah. Affliction 3 from Draco Belt. That's also a thing. Yep. The Draco Belt's pretty rare. I've killed a lot of Draco Liches, and I've gotten exactly one of them so far. Yeah, the Bone-Clasped Girdle, I think is what it's called. Though with, with entire new zones coming in, like Nectropos Castle, That means entirely new items that could turn the whole focus game on its head. Yeah, yeah, Affliction 3 from the belt. Although the only thing about the that belt though is the belt's only. Yes, I can find item. Girdle. Yeah, the bone clasped girdle. I can't actually look at it because it's in the bank. I wish I could inspect it, but I can't from here. But yeah, it's crap. It is only usable by certain full casters. So you would not be able to plug that focus effect into, say, like a melee class specific haste belt from Plane of Sky. At least not yet. Somebody who was either Moth or Rogian, I think, had hinted a while ago at some way of some future way of being able to plug class-specific exaltations into items that require other classes. They hinted at some method to do that, but that method does not exist yet, so whatever. Like, I would not be able to put that affliction focus in my ice belt because it would make it shaman only. So unless I was actually playing shaman at the time, it wouldn't fly. Same with Skinner's belt. It would make them... Oh, yeah, that's right. Skinner's belt has... or excuse me, Brell's girdle has summoning haste 3. So that's also a thing, and Brell's girdle is very common off of Yale. Let's see, Moonstone Ring has extended from Frenzy, has extended range 2. And, even the 2s go to level 44. Serpentine Bracer has Burning Affliction 2. And yeah, the rank 2s go to level 44. So that covers a lot of spells, just not all of them. Polished Mithril Mask has damage 2. And is super common on your way to Nagafen. Yeah, Mana Preservation 2 off of Black Alloy Medallion. Playing Warrior, Ranger, Shaman. Pretty much benefit from all that minus the pet ones. Yep. Yep, the pet focus I have on there just because there's nothing else to put on there, so why not? Anyway, how are we doing on time? It's just about 9 o'clock. Okay. We might... I was going to grind Ench to 46. For the sake of time, we might stop at 45. Just so we have time to go do a couple runs of hate. Because I want to see, with the advent of, Big Boy Shaman Slow, can we do Innoruuk +4? And the plan is actually going to be go in as Paladin, Cleric, Shaman. So we have the best of all worlds. But actually, you know what? We'll do Paladin, Berserker, Shaman for Innoruuk +2. Because we know we can beat that version in Cleric mode. I want to see if it's easier or harder in Shaman mode. So take the fight we know and see how it compares. That's going to be the big test. Because one of the big kind of recurring YouTube comments I've gotten is whether I think Shaman is better or worse than Cleric. And yeah, we need to be able to do that one-to-one comparison to actually answer that question in a meaningful way. Because otherwise, the only kind of comparison we have is XP grinding. And yeah, the XP grinding was fine once Tagar's came online, and especially once Togor's came online. Until we had a real slow, Shaman didn't really feel like anything. It was just kind of along for the ride. But yeah, once we got Togor's, then life got good. You know, 38 to 50 was a breeze. 25 to 38 was fine. But I think what people really want to know is how well does it fare on the big boy fights? How's Zerker Ench? Hey, Jarek. Good evening. Yep, we got Enchanter at 44 right now. Been having a blast with it. Even if this dumb frog doesn't want to stay charmed. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and recast Celerity on the pet. I will cancel my own Celerity. In favor of just putting Valor of Mara on myself because it's permanent. Just so I don't have to deal with it. It's a little bit less haste. It's like 2 or 3% less haste. But it's one less thing to have to worry about. Yeah, speed, agility. Oh, augmentation also has stamina regen on it. Oh, wait. That says stamina, not endurance. There's a difference. Because stamina is a stat that doesn't exist anymore. Well, it never existed on Legends, but you know, in vanilla terms, doesn't exist anymore. And yeah, Jarrett, good timing, by the way, because once we ding like one more level here on Enchanter, we're going to go do some Innoruuk. And we have, yeah, all timers got reset today in the hot fix. So we will do, yeah, we'll do Innoruuk +2 as a Paladin Shaman Berserker to see how it fares against, or how it fares relative to the Cleric doing the same content. And then, based on that data, we'll look at doing +4 on, well, and we'll decide, A, if it's worth attempting, and B, what class setup will make the most sense for that. Is if +2 is not a big problem, or if it's easier, then +4 should be doable. You know, having the big boy slows there to basically reduce his damage down to nothing should make it much easier. Oh, I am super hyped for spell upgrades. And super hyped for Nectropos Castle. So I am very much looking forward to the official stream tomorrow. And we will definitely have lots to talk about tomorrow night. Yep, moat combining was mentioned in the thread. Oh, come on. Stay charmed, you idiot. And they're going to be talking about that more formally on the stream. So please look forward to it. And yeah, moat combining, so actually moating things up to like above 5 or 6 will maybe be a little more plausible. Yeah, expensive perhaps, but at least plausible. And yeah, expensive is fine because you're getting into the upper echelons of min-maxing at that point. You know, you're way past the point of diminishing returns. Hey, Chippo. A Trap of Logic. Yeah, so far so good. Just getting some levels on Enchanter right now. And they have been very quick, efficient levels. Uh, leveling Warrior. Yeah, because yeah, people are always concerned that that Warrior doesn't compare well with the Knights because it doesn't have spells. Because they don't realize like how much bigger the Warriors' just pure numbers are compared to Knights, and how much value that actually adds. Or they don't realize just how good Cleave is. Yeah, when those cleaves are able to slay undead, is so much the better. And Warrior still has some more goodies coming down the pipeline that maybe will maybe we'll see those on Tuesday's update. Maybe. I know there's a lot of other stuff that is currently on the docket to hopefully pass QA and make it to the server on Tuesday. So next batch of Warrior upgrades may or may not be on the to-do list. Oh no, we lost 2 points of faction with Frogs of Guk. And we gained them right back. And we started today at what, 35.8, I think. And we're about to hit 45 here, probably by the time we kill Ghoul Lord again. Get back here, you dumb frog. You don't get to hop away. Your name isn't Hopalong Cassidy. At least I assume it isn't. This little... Let's see. If there's anything for you, the way you always grab all the aggro could easily pull off the ranger range damage ability, go right back in. Yep, probably. Oh. Ghoul Knight. And he aggroed Hopter. Okay, we'll switch to Inversion. Hit Shiftless Deeds. Cool. And go back to Spellblade for automated healing. Remez everything. And yeah, with cease and desist and smite and ding 45. You know, holding aggro is not hard as a paladin. We have a lot of tools to do that, especially also in Berserker stance. You just, you know, hitting faster means more aggro, so yeah, trivial to hold aggro, really. Unless the other person is, like, actively fighting you for it. So we will finally kill the pet. He had a good life. There we go. Okay. And... Alright, this session was, call it 3 hours so far, to go from 35.8 to 45. So, 9.2 levels in 3 hours. I'd say that was pretty dang efficient. And granted, we're playing on New Game Plus mode here, but still very efficient. We will quit the expedition. And we will ritual ourselves over to South Row. Actually, wait, no, wait. We need to go to, we actually need to go into town, so we gotta, because we gotta change kits. So, we'll actually just origin. Yeah, very reasonable with the gear. Yeah, I think so, too. We did 49 to 50 on Shaman in an hour in hate. And that seemed, you know, totally reasonable also. Okay, we're gonna go, yeah. We'll, loadouts. Yeah, we'll just swap, Enchanter for Shaman. Okay. Spirit 46. Let me just pull up my symbol guardian agility. Alright, we do want Yelp 2. We definitely want Rage. Spirit Quickening. Spirit of the Puma. Crag Sieve. Infusion. Oh, we have just have an Infusion of Spirit to do Stamina, Strength, and Dex. Okay. So, increasing Dex, Stamina. One. Yeah, shielding. Okay, Harnessing a Spirit is still the best of those. Interestingly, Infusion also counts as an HP buff. Is it actually... kind of want to pick up Divine Stun also while we're here. Yeah, does this actually overwrite Harnessing of Spirit? Oh. No Spirit. Infusion of Spirit blocked by Harnessing. Okay. Weird that the Infusion is the higher level spell. Okay, I guess Infusion is kind of dead because of stamina. I mean, whatever. And first buff bar. What about second buff bar? Oh yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, symbol. Symbol should stack. Actually, we don't need Divine Vigor, because we have Brells, which is slightly better. Valor should get blocked. Okay, Valor stuck. I don't know if it actually... I don't know if it actually did anything. It might have not. It might have overlapped, but... And... Yeah, harnessing... Does strengthen dex also. Statistic buffs. Stamina. Is there a... Yeah. Alright, stamina. Statistic buffs. Or no, excuse me, utility beneficial. Haste. Alright, so Valor, Brells, Harnessing, Pinzarn, Agility. Agility. Guardian. Actually does, statistic buffs. Does... Oh, we only get Armor of Faith. Not sure if Armor of Faith overwrites Guardian or not. Yes, it does. Okay. That's fine by me. Let's see. Wait, Valor, Symbol, Agility, Armor of Faith, Yelp 2, Stamina. Okay, so I think we're good on those. Load Shaman Standard. And we'll probably have to play with this a little bit. And yeah, I think 30 is the effect limit. Alright, Melosi, absolutely. Spirit Salve, absolutely. Actually, we don't need Spirit Salve. Heals. 688 on Crags. Yeah, for 244. Yeah, even if it's 377. Okay, yeah, 688, Melosi, Togors, Desist, Chloroplast. We absolutely want that. Nullify, Calm, Frenzied, Alacrity. Okay, yep, Frenzied Spirit. Nullify. Calm, actually. Detrimental. Calm, we want to put that... We want an actual name brand Pacify. And we'll actually ditch Root for Puma. And you know what? I'm going to... next, reduce cast time, but we're going to buff... Yeah, 4 points for spellcasting deafness. 50%. Oh, spell haste on beneficials. Yes, please. So that now Puma is a 1.5 second cast time. We can actually do that in combat now. Much better. Alacrity also we can do in combat if we need to give haste to our pet. I think we're Shaman standard. Yes. Okay. All right. With all that done, I think. All right. All right. Now we can teleport to North Row. We actually probably could have swapped classes in North Row because I think North Row should be classified as a newbie zone. So, and you can swap classes in newbie zones. But whatever. Loadouts. Yeah, you can swap classes in North Row. So we should have just come here. Oh well. Rare Shaman pet sighting. Yeah, he might just be a mobile dot, but, you know, it's free damage. It's free real estate. Ha. Damn my eyes, you're just a mirage. Rampage is an AoE melee attack, but it's 1 round of melee on a 10-minute cooldown. So it's one of those things that does not really have much value now, but once it gets some upgrades down the road, maybe in an expansion or two, to bring the cooldown to something reasonable, then it'll become a little more interesting. Kind of like Divine Stun. With a 30-second cooldown, it's just not that interesting. With a 9-second cooldown, it is that interesting. All right. Solo create raid. All right. So we're going to +2 to start off. And hypothesis is that it should be no harder. Innoruuk should be no harder than he was on Cleric. Maybe easier. Just because he's going to be hitting at slow speed. So he's going to be a lot more manageable. And we're not going to be clenching for what you calls it? PR to pop in time. So we're gonna have much more predictable damage flow. We'll be able to actually heal reactively instead of having to heal proactively. On the other hand, we're gonna have to heal reactively, and we're gonna have to be casting spells, heals that have much worse efficiency, and that have actual cast times. So, gonna have give and take here. Okay, Master of Spite. The Master of Smite versus the Master of Spite. Put candy on your bar. I might actually just buy Cannibalization, the AA. I'm thinking about it. Alright, let's go into Overchannel. Let's mallow this idiot. Because he is hasted, and we don't like that. Oops. Alright. Actually, the pet slowed him anyway, so it's all good. Yeah, Puma adds a lot of highly efficient damage. Well, he tried to hit me with Togors. It didn't work. I mean, he's trying. He mallowed me first. You know, he's trying to slow me. It didn't work, but, you know, points for trying. Yeah, cannibalization. Yeah, we get 1,066 mana for 1924 health on a 3-minute cooldown. Alright, well, there's some rune-etched greaves. Okay. Rune-etched helmet. Alright, we'll merge both of those. Actually, while we met up a smidge here, I do want to actually see regular spell cannibalize. 1.2. You know, we don't actually need desist. Conversions. Let's see. What are the actual? What does actual spell cannibalize? 2820. Okay. Regular cannibalize does freaking nothing. 3075. It's like 24 mana. And mana regen 25. Yeah, it's not even worth a spell slot for the actual spell version. Oh yeah, heal spells ranked up. Oh yeah, very much so. Very much so. Being able to pump up the power on either superior healing or like Crag Salve and stuff like that. Yeah. Nice bridge between that and PR. I imagine PR would get maybe very, very minor improvements in mana cost. It's whatever scaling it gets, I'm sure would be very, very minor. Oh, this guy is very resistant. I mean, I realized I didn't mallow him, but... There you go. Alright. He just really wanted mallowed, apparently. Yeah, superior, yeah, because it's on, you know, paladin and all 3 priests, so everybody gets to use it. Yeah, that'll look real nice. You know, big slows, maybe getting longer duration or faster cast time or better resist adjust, something like that. Would be super nice. Yeah. Big nukes just getting bigger. Ice Comet giving even more dopamine. Hey, Cybergun, good evening. You're just in time. We're getting down to the good part. We were We were leveling up Enchanter. Switch to over channel here. We leveled it from 35 to 45 in about 3 hours. So, very efficient grinding there. Trying to get rid of this dumb slut's damage shield. Of course, it's the last thing that's going to get dispelled. There we go. And yeah, now that after 3 hours of grinding, yeah, now we're going to test out Shaman on a Plane of Hate +2 raid instance. See how it fares against our experience doing the same fight with Cleric. Now, this dumb slut would, stop spamming stuns. That would be great. She just really wants to cast Holy Might over and over and over. We're going to need to re-slow her. Actually, as soon as we can move. Once again, if she would kindly stop stunning us for a moment. Oh, even Mallow, she resisted slow. There you go. Now get Puma back up on ourselves. Get some free damage rolling. And the fetch 10. Thanks for that follow right there. Glad to have you on board. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, she's almost out of mana. Yeah. Every time her mana ticks up, a point, she'll probably try to stun me again. Yeah, apparently not. Well, yeah, better late than never. Okay. Oh, finally. Oh, we got the Rod of Infinite Thought. I'd like to have an infinite supply of thoughts. All right, we'll just met up a bit before we go upstairs. See anybody? See. Check the old dev tracker, see if there's any information. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Someone, let's see. Is this on presumably D4? If I can see the image here. Can't really. Is he? Okay, I see someone, I guess, floor past. Okay, yeah, I see somebody soloing Innoruuk +4 on Warrior, Shaman, Cleric. Seems, so I fully expect that to be doable for us. Who's dinging me? All right, bunch of nonsense. Okay. All right, Innoruuk's chosen. Apparently he doesn't choose very well. Yeah, you also gets... Oh. Alright, well, I guess you get mallowed first. Then you get slowed. There you go. Alright, dumb elf. Alright. Next. Alright, pacify him. Pacify him. And Evangelist. You can just come on down. Pull him right out through the crowd. He resisted Togors. What a jerk. There we go. And we can turn off Spellblade for a bit. Just enjoy some nice free Puma damage. Yeah, taking spellcasting deafness to get Puma to a 1.5 second cast time. Delightful. Is there anything else we really need? So we have 38 more AAs to spend. Can always get foraging. Or, first aid. Actually, we are going to buy the last rank of Mental Clarity. Because that is actually useful. Quick buff seems good, yep. Actually, we're going to go ahead and overchannel these. Alright. Yeah, quick buff is great quality of life. Hey, quit punching my Doge. He's... Alright, put on some Spellblade for a bit. Oh, I tell you, man, coming in here with, like, double healer and no berserker stance, man, our damage is going to suck. That's why we cut out of Guk like one level early, because grinding through without berserker, just getting through the couple of trash and minis is going to take forever. Oh, another. Oh, hey. Oh, Umbral Plate Mail. Shadow Knight. You know, we'll. Do we hang on to that just for funsies? Add it to the collection, I guess. How much does Zerker hit you for? And you can actually see. It's always like single-digit damage. Actually, with Cleric's Blessing of the Lord Commander, it like that just totally cancels it out. The most we ever see is like hit yourself for 9. It's very minor. Yeah, when Blessing of the Lord Commander gives us 6 HP every time we hit ourselves, yeah, it totally solves the problem. Oh, and we got a +6 moat somewhere along the way. Very nice. I don't know when that happened, but you love to see it. Equipment, and we'll just toss this in there. We're up to 12 +6 moats. Very nice. What healers are gonna duo? When we go to +4, we'll do Paladin, Shaman, Cleric. One thing, alright. Hello, Mistress of Scorn. Let's go ahead and set up over channel. And Melusi. Hey, quit punching my dog. Stupid zombie. Uh, 431 for 2% mana. Looking for 121. We're gonna have to look at mana efficiency of dots compared to just hitting smite and cast time. Because we're probably gonna need to just turtle up. I mean, like for Innoruuk specifically on +4, we'll probably need to just turtle up, spend mana only on like heals and Puma. Oh, we're stunned. I was like, why can't I cast a spell? Because I'm stunned, Because she's spamming Holy Might because she's a paladin. Fortunately, she's a paladin, not a cleric, so her mana pool is very small. We'll also have to juggle our gear around a little bit. Actually, we will just need to replace our bracer, I think, because that's like our one berserker only piece. Which is fine. We just put on a cleric bracer or shaman bracer, and no big deal. And I feel like maybe just leaning on Puma for free damage might be our best bet for converting mana into damage. Because it's just so much more efficient than any other damage source. Alright, Maestro of Rancor will be next. Get some haste on the pet. Oh, Maestro is a Cleric today. Fun, fun. What does he have for buffs? He has armor. Oh, okay, he actually, Alright. Alright, well, let's go over channel. Pull with Mallow. Make sure the pet gets behind him. Oh. Okay. Let's also go ahead and dispel some of his buffs. Very good. Alright. Yes, by all means, keep trying to root me. Try it enough times, maybe it'll work. No, pet casting Venom Breath, that's a thing. Alright, what's the mana cost on Puma? 160, call it. I'd say he came unslowed, but he's just trying to heal, so... Oh, whatever. He's actually having trouble casting spells. He's getting interrupted left, right, and center. It's actually nice. There we go. Oh, hello. Another shield. Let's see here. I think our shield is currently +7, and no progress into +8. Let's see. It's only +2. How's our moat situation here? Actually, whatever. It's only a +2. We'll just merge it in. Yeah. It's gonna needs 128 points to get to +8. It's not gonna happen anytime soon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's actually go look at our damage over time spells here real quick. Oh yeah, we should be using Spirit Quickening, not Alacrity. See, Envenomed Bolt is 350 times 6. About 2k damage. It's a pretty... That is actually a pretty good return on investment. Plague... 150. Versus 227. Shock of Venom. It's a 4-second cast time, though. I'd say Shock of Venom is actually like better value than Smite, but it has a 4-second cast time, so that's like the tiebreaker. Oh, yeah, we do want to switch to Divine Might in a minute, but we're not quite there yet. We do still have oh, that did go ahead and recast Rage once it's up, because it has a 30-second recast. Alrighty. Alright. Hello, Lord of Ire, my old friend. It's good to talk with you again. Yeah. Oh, and this idiot is a druid today, so yes, he will try in vain to heal. Oh, Lantic is casting Greater Healing on me. Thank you, Lantic. Lantic, clearly a good doggo. His Spellblade was just not wanting to happen for some reason. Come on, Spellblade. I know you're active. You're allowed to actually work. There we go. Alright, this is the part where you fall down. Alright, we got a 55 over there. Okay. And a 54 over there. Okay. Just met up a smidge. Let's see. Alright, close enough. Alright. Alright. Mr. Innoruuk's chosen. Yep. Get slowed, idiot. lots of delicious Puma damage going out. Alright. And mellow you. Alright. Alright, and you're slowed. We'll recast Puma in a couple seconds here. Endurance regen is 46. So 4 points would give us, or 4 ranks would give us almost a 10% boost, which is actually in line with any random AA generally increases your, max ranks give you 10% increase to that thing. So, that's not out of line. We might just pick up cannibalization. Thousand mana. We get about 800 and call it about 850 in reality. So. Alright, we have 9 minutes on symbol. Should be good. Alright, I'm gonna go just run to the can real quick. And we'll do Innoruuk. Okay. Yeah, Pausch, I'm doing pretty good so far. Yep. Slow is amazing, starting at 11. Don't touch that dial. But clearing trash is one thing. Doing the boss is another. Okay, so Innoruuk is a wizard druid. Alright. So he's going to try to cast some heals. Thankfully, bosses don't buff themselves for some reason. Any other NPC in the zone, if he was a druid, would have so and damage shield and whatever else. Not the case here. Buffs are looking good enough. Alright, we're going to start in defense stance up until we get him slowed. We also want to be in over channel to start. Alright, we will pull him with Mallow. We will immediately attempt to slow him. Let me also... let me put Chloroplast up as well. Here, the doggo can have some Chloroplast also, I guess. Doggo also has haste. Okay. Over channel's on. Defense is on. Chloroplast is on. Actually, one thing I want to do differently, though. I want to move out of line of sight while I do this. Want to move Puma and Togors. I just want to swap gems on those. There we go. Alright. Should be good. I think. Alright. Over channel. Yep. Looking good. Rage is on. Puma is on. Nothing else that I really need to cast. Okay. Let's pull. All right. Mallow going out. All right. Slow. He is slowed. We go to Berserker, and we go to Spellblade. He's going to spend a lot of time casting Immobilize. Now. Would like him to, go ahead and cast PR off of our Soulfire. Ow. Okay. Slow's running out. There we go. Go ahead and hit an LOH a while. Let's get Puma up and running. Alright, he's trying to cast heals. So, that's good. Especially when he tries to cast Chloroplast, because that doesn't do anything. This is +2. Yeah. Ooh. Once he runs out of mana, his damage is going to spike up. As is always the case. Oof. Oh, bad. That's very bad. I need to actually go into defensive. Our HP is in a bad place. I really need like an LOH or something. There we go. Okay. LOH is back up. There we go. Alright. Not bad. Got a little sketchy there for a moment where our health got really low. Because he got a couple of good rounds on us despite being slowed. But yeah, both got the job done. I want to say between the two, yeah, when Shaman fell behind because of a bad couple of rounds, getting back on track was hard. You know, had we gotten a little bit more unlucky, we could have dropped. Generally speaking, though, because his attack speed was so reduced, we were generally in control. Yeah, the LOH goes a lot longer with Shaman because one life bar ends up lasting so much longer. We got some, let's see. Our sandals are currently +6. Whatever. We'll just do that. Pair of pauldrons are only +5. So you know what? We're gonna actually take those. Is that a cloak of scales? Yeah, cloak of scales. Which, sadly, yeah, we do not have. Sadly, we can't use that one on any of our standard kits. Our Beast Lord, actually, interestingly, Shaman Pet can use it because Shaman Pet's a Beast Lord. What are the stats on it? 19, like bunch of. It's actually a pretty good piece of pet equipment, honestly. Would maybe 28, maybe I don't know if I'd. I don't know, maybe get rid of like the Indicolite gauntlets or something. It's a pretty like okay piece of pet gear. We'll hang on to it for that purpose. And These pauldrons of power. Major. Yeah, we'll use majors for this, I guess. Lessers. Oh, wait. Withdraw. Like we can go like one lesser, just to pop it up to tier 3. Then, because we don't really have that many vanillas, we'll just use like. Actually, can we get by with? No, we need 2. 2 of those. Okay, on +4. Plug those in. And then this one. Yeah, we should be able to pull out like 1 major, dump it in. And that should be enough. Actually, we have enough. We'll pull out 1 more. Just to be able to add a few extra points. And merge this in and take our pauldrons up to +6. There we go. Cool. And Cleric was almost out of mana at the end though, so yeah, just different issues. Well, yeah, while neither would probably have a very good time doing +4. Both of them together are probably sufficient. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, at least as far as +2 goes, Shaman generally felt more in control. But yeah, that except when it didn't, where it got really clenchy really fast from a little bit of bad luck. The other, I mean, like the one downside Cleric has though is because you have to do the healing preemptively. Sometimes you do end up wasting that healing. Because, you know, you gotta basically cast PR immediately as soon as it comes off cooldown. And hope you don't get so unlucky that he blows up your whole life bar in the duration. Whereas Shaman gets to be reactive, but when push comes to shove, has trouble reacting hard enough to get back on track if things if the wheels fall off a little bit. But what if we put them both together? So take off Berserker and put on Cleric alongside Shaman. Also, just for comparison, right now we have 6187 mana. We go up to 6367. We get a little bit more because we now have, 2 full casters contributing mana instead of a full caster and a hybrid. Rings, equipment. Let's see here. We want either Rune-Etched Bracer or An ethereal mist bracer. What are our options here? Dex and charisma. Or wisdom. And I think they both honestly get to about the same place. You know, we'll take the purple. Also, we can pretty sure the ethereal mist helmet is going to beat the pants off the rune etched helmet. Ethereal mist helmet. Yep, it's not even a contest. Okay. Pal Claire Ench. Oh yeah, that's what we yeah leveling that earlier was just so good. Mana might be a limiting factor for +4. Pretty much. That's gonna be kind of the factor of can we do enough damage to but we're gonna have the best of both worlds as far as turtling up goes, because we'll be able to slow him, and we'll be able to just have maximum healing efficiency with PR. And now we won't have Berserk Stance, but we will have. Well, we will need to re-prep offensive stance actually, because we don't even usually have it on the bar anymore. So, we should be able to basically live in offensive stance, except for when we swap back to balanced to recover. Offer. I was trying the mana tap earlier, and it's just straight up didn't work. I know mana taps were like historically kind of sketchy as to whether they worked or not. And yeah, the one I was using, the level 40 something tap, just straight up did not work. Like I hit an enemy with it, they stayed at 100% mana, and my own mana did not go up. So, yeah, having the innate mana regen, plus mana taps. Or I should say, yeah, having innate mana regen plus clarity. We might need to buy cannibalization here. Refine, create raid. Solo type 4, +4. Wandering Mind is tap over time. Yeah, and besides, yeah, you want Innoruuk to have mana anyway. Because his spells are strictly worse than his melee. I see Magipatasa up. Okay. Go ahead and summon our pet. We're going to kill the 2 chests, then we'll do some buffing. These things are going to just nuke our buffs anyway, so. Even with the change to dispels, these things are kind of goofy. Yeah, Innoruuk runs out of mana. Yeah, he gets hangry at that point. And yeah, I gotta remember to actually cast Puma regularly, as it's gonna be our probably our best, or certainly our most mana efficient source of damage. Part of the difficulty here is also going to be based on what classes Innoruuk has today. You know, does he have an easy combo or a bad combo? Fortunately, you know, he's always a wizard, so he'll always have a goodly chunk of mana, and will always be prone to just spamming root for days on end. Yeah, sadly, offensive stance is not endurance efficient. Hey. And some Indicolite boots +4. Sure. Alright. Those out of the way. Alright, let's... just go ahead. We're going to make an entirely new set of buffs from the top. Alright. This will be the Innoruuk buffs. Utility beneficial. So first of all, we want we're gonna want Ward of the Divine on our standard buff set, not our buff. All right, Divine Might, we want that. Haste, we want Valor of Mar because it's permanent. Armor of the Faithful, absolutely. Let's see. Type 1. Yeah, resolution. So let's go ahead and just start hitting these as we go. Actually, before I even resolution. Just so we have it for later. Rage is is listed as a strength buff. Put that right there. Okay. Okay, so instrument, valor, armor. No. Statistic buffs. Attack, also Yelp 3. Sure. Okay. HP buffs. Alright. Type 1, resolution. Type 2, Brells. Shielding, points. I don't think Harnessing of Spirit will stack. We'll prep it and we'll see if the numbers go up. See if it even stacks at all. 824. Okay, that's what I thought. It gets blocked by the Cleric version. That's what I thought. This is the same type of buff. Okay, does Infusion work? Okay. Infusion resolution. Okay, that works. HP buffs. Symbol stacks with everything. Almost. Everything that matters here, at least. Symbol. There we go. We have agility. Oh. Yeah, we can put agility on. Save, add new set. Any for buffs. 1. God. Alright, and we'll also, we will actually put some buffs on the pet, make sure he is as durable as possible, and has whatever applicable stat buffs possible. Alright, pet. Spirit quickening, yeah, we'll put that up there. HP buffs, that should be everything. Alright, heals. Indirect, that's where Blessing of the Lord Commander is hiding. Regen, health. Chloroplast is 16 minutes. We actually need to have Chloroplast up just in general. So we can load it here. Stat buffs. We have... we don't think we need more stat buffs because... Yeah, Infusion takes care of all that. But we do need Shield of Words. Class. We do not need to bother casting Charisma. Talisman is just disease. We don't need that. Resist magic actually is worthwhile, though. And resist fire. And resist cold. Those are all worthwhile. Transport utility. Combat innates. Conversions. Valor of Mar. Here's where we put that. Oh, wait. Was that on the first batch? Wait, never mind. That was on the first batch. We put all the permanent stuff up first. Valor of Mar. Illusion Other. I mean, we could put Form of the Bear on if we want to get motion sickness. Levitate. We don't need Melee Guard. We don't need those. Grow Shrink, we don't need those. Spirit of Billy, we might as well. Movement, Spell Focus. Applies to... I don't... Blessing of the Faith, I don't think will apply. Actually, you know what? Yes, that will apply. That will actually apply. To things like casting slow, summoned, undead, and what does Assiduous Vision actually do? Okay, just nothing that matters. And you know, we'll put Frenzy. Okay, there we go. So we'll save this as add spell set. Inny 4 buffs 2. 2 full pages of buffs. Because that's a thing. Alright, Spirit Quickening on the pet. Did they remove stat caps altogether? Nope. Stats go to 510. So, hard to hit. With a bard in party, I can cap on strength. Chloroplast. Chloroplast. Shield of Words. Shield of Words. Alright. Resist. I don't need to bother casting like resist buffs on the Doge. He's not going to be getting AoE'd. Resists. Billy. Missing a Faith. And, alright, Doge is already active. Alright. Now. Okay. Slot 10 is where I want Ward of the Divine, for sure. Slot 2. Do we want to actually bother casting Incapacitate? For a major boss, I feel like we might as well. Okay, slot 2, however, is Mallow. Slot 3, Combatinates is going to be Puma. Slot 5, 6 is Promised Renewal. We also look at some of our other Celestial Healing. Let's actually, let me think about Celestial Healing for a sec. With all of our goodies we've got going on, this is now a 36-second duration heal. It's only 180 a tick. I don't think we're going to get a lot of value out of it. 180. Yeah, I don't... For 225 mana, I don't think we're going to get much value out of it. We will probably load... Yeah, we will load Sacred Echo probably into slot 1, I think. As our go-to patch heal. But yeah, slot 6 is definitely Promised Renewal. Slot 5 is where we put utility, detrimental. Where's there it is. Togors. You know what? Slot 1. Yeah, let's actually just go ahead and put Sacred Echo up here as our go-to patch heal, because it is so fast. Slot 4. Actually, slot 4 is... You know what? Tell you what, Slot 8 still needs to be calm, at least to get through the zone. Slot 9... 7, we need Dispel. Slot 4, you know what? Let's actually put Incapacitate on slot 4. And Plague. Puma's going to do more damage. Odium, 3. Magic. And heals. I think we're good on those. Pet. Yeah, Spirit Quickening is a long enough duration buff. We don't... Oh, finally, we'll need Chloroplast up at least while we're running around. Okay. We'll save standard. Inny for standard. Okay. Haven't, could also Spellblade the Poison Nuke. Maybe? Have Incapacitate, Togors. Oh, wait, did I put... Yeah, Puma's on 3. Okay. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, healing, survivability should not be the problem. We're going to play overly defensively this first time. Oh, get off my Doge. Here, Doge. Kill the skeleton first, please, just to get rid of it. Yeah, Warrior, Rogue, Necro. Okay, sitting in offensive stance. Yeah. Thoroughly debuffed. Now we play the waiting game. And the real question is, yeah, like, how many hours will it take for this, for us to actually kill something? Ooh. $63. Ooh, full value on that PR trigger. 6,300. The full 6,300. We actually have 6,800 HP right now, so we actually can get the full value if we push it to the limit, past the point of no return. Alright, we need to redo Togors. That's about to fall off. Yeah, I'm actually putting Puma on the pet also. You know, it might not be doing... It's at least doing some damage. Yeah, even in offensive stance, we just... Our damage is complete trash. Oh, you know, because we... Oh. We should be sitting in recovery stance this whole time. Durr. We don't need to be in overchannel. Oh, this creature would take an army to defeat. We'll see about that. No one smites for 455. That's cool. On the upside, our damage is so bad that it's not really chewing through our endurance in a meaningful way. I'm gonna go ahead and hit an echo just in case. Thankfully, this was the Avatar of Abhorrence and not the Master of Spite, because, man, triple-classed Master of Spite has so much HP. He takes forever to die. Oh, he resisted. What a dick. Let me actually go into defense for a sec while we re-Togors. There we go. Oop. Okay. Ugh. +4 solo. Definitely a do it once just to prove you can, and then never again type of thing. Because, holy moly, that was a slog. And that was just one of the minis. Good lord. Oh yeah, we can pick up Purify Soul now for what it's worth. Because we have all 3 ranks of Healing Gift. Turn Undead is available, which I might pick up just for killing On a 2-minute timer, but a couple of the minis in here will last long enough to use it several times. Yeah, because enemies do get to front stab you, just because they do have chaotic stab. Oop. All right, an abhorrent. You know what, we'll go ahead and incapacitate you. I don't know if incapacitate really accomplishes anything. Or if it's just a, what you call it, a placebo. But, you know, I'd rather it be on there and not do anything. You know, at the very least, it is an AC debuff, so theoretically, it does at least make us do a little bit more damage. You backstab for like 500 to 700 based. Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to cheat, we do have puppet strings here. We could 100% just charm an abhorrent and just use it to delete things. Even the rat over here is a rogue. Yeah. I think if we were playing Enchanter, you know, and had Charm as a class feature, I wouldn't call it cheating to grab a Charm pet. And I would absolutely keep an Abhorrent charmed if at all possible. Oh yeah, the flying numbers. I do not like the flying numbers. It's just visual clutter. You know, I get enough visual clutter playing Path of Exile. Magi Patasa is a warrior druid mage. Ooh, that's gonna be all kinds of fun. All right. Okay, Innoruuk's chosen. Alright, pacify. We're actually gonna pull with dispel. Oh, good. We got the one that mattered. We got the damage shield cleaned out. Alright, Mallow. And slow. And weaken. Cool. Alright, double Puma. I have no idea if... you know what? I mean, we can, like, look at the battle spam. See if the... Where does he have thorns still? Oh, because he has Nature's Precision. Oh, no, wait, that's just accuracy. What does he have? Oh, he's got Call of Earth on. Okay. There we go. Is that, not... Oh, we dispelled one of his... We dispelled a debuff. Because that makes sense. We're gonna... dispel everything except the thing I want. Come on! If we dispelled Mallow instead of Call of Earth, really? There we go. Like, I just wanted to see if the... just wanted to see if the Doge was actually landing, Puma procs. I mean, he's at least hitting. It might just be filtered out entirely. Oh, we can at least see the Blessing of the Lord Commander on the pet was canceling out the damage shield, so you know that's at least handy. Anyway, all right, Magipatasa. We definitely want to get Barrier of Combustion off of him. That's about it. Okay. So I'm gonna actually switch to Inversion to pull him. I will also recast Puma on both of us. Go to Inversion. Actually, yeah, pull with Mallow. And start dispelling. Before I even... Alright. Togors. Oh, he resisted. Even Mallowed. Alright, let's try that again. Boom, there it goes. Okay. Alright. Yep. There we go. There's the important dispel landed. Patassa. Magic damage. I'm gonna play around with Feast or Famine with Charm. Yup. Sometimes it just doesn't want to stick. And of course it always breaks at exactly the wrong moment. So still having PTSD the first time you solo in these zones? It'll be fine. You'll do just fine. You've seen how many times I've died to nonsense, especially in Fear, from, pulling too much crap or whatever. Yeah, and you don't see me getting discouraged over it. Oh, yeah. You live, you die, you live again. Be born anew, shiny and chrome. Let's see, the pet is connecting. His accuracy is just fine. I don't see Puma procs happening. Unless it is really just... And I've seen other pet procs. From, like, the Charm pet having Boon of the Garou. Oh. Togors wore off. Let's fix that. Boop. Oh, he resisted because he's a dick. That's okay. That's what overchannel's for. There we go. Boop. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, our damage is trash right now, kind of by design. Yeah, we're just going full turtle mode. We don't get, we only get to smite every 15 seconds instead of every 7. But especially against Innoruuk, we're not going to be smiting that much anyway. Because we need to just really, really conserve mana in the extreme. It'll just be, yeah, since... One's so bad to push Puma. And, like, as far as I can tell, Puma is not working on the pet. I mean, Puma has a huge proc mod, so I should be able to scroll through, not that much text and see it activating. You cannot kill the dead? That's where you're wrong, kiddo. There's the Apothec Robe, which actually is a really good piece of body armor. Like, it's actually statted correctly. Holy cow. It has the right mental stat on it. Like, what a shock. We'll, you know what? I'll actually toss the Apothec Robe in my keyring. Might not be as good as the Crimson Robe of the Alandine. Yeah, less AC, no HP, but it's got 16 stamina instead of just 75 raw hit points. A lot less dex. I mean, they're actually, they're honestly kind of close. Crimson Robe has more mana for sure. All right, Beast Lord. All right. Okay, we need to pacify that one as well. Swap to Overchannel. Pull with Togors. Should land with Overchannel. Indeed it did. All right, pull back. Pet, get over here. Oh. All right. Get rid of the pet first. Okay. Now this idiot. Ah. You know what? She is actually going to spam that crap, so we'll use inversion. She is already slowed. Let me just refresh that for funsies. We can back to recovery stance. Well, PR is already running. Yeah, I'm gonna stop casting Puma on the pet since it seems to not do anything. One, two. Cure Shaw's lethargy. One, two. Inner Fire, Spirit of Wolf, and Spiritual Brawn. Yeah. Yep. And get incapacitated, idiot. Yeah, it's a good thing this is basically boss rush mode. Can you imagine if we had to actually grind through, like the normal, path through hate to get to Innoruuk? Oh. With the absolute slog that is plus 4 HP. We got, what? The Evangelist plus 2 trash mobs here. One more mini across the corner. Maestro. Ire / Loathing. 2 more trash mobs. Yeah. That's why Monk and Rogue were so good on THJ. Yep. Just running the boss and skip everything. Yep. I mean, you could do that here. You would just have to do the last 2 trash mobs that are right in front of Innoruuk. Otherwise, they will almost certainly add during the fight. Unless you, like, feign death right to Innoruuk's feet. Either way, Freezing sword. What does this one do? Oh, pfft, serpent sight. Kills channeling crystal. Oh, we have yeah. Sadly, Rokiel's channeling crystal has extended enhancement 3, but for int casters only. Rip. Man, this would be great if it had a I mean, it's also secondary only, but man, I really wish we could add that to, you know, our stuff. Let's see. So they add Shroud of Stealth. Yep, which is coming soon. Wait, was Shroud of Stealth in the previous patch? Adjusted. Buff, Befallen. Fiend Symphonic Aura Research. Dances. Audio achievements. Gives Warrior's Endurance, Unbound Wrath, Strike Through, Possum Bard. Yeah, it was. Maybe it wasn't. Might not have been added yet, but I know they talked about it. It's in the recent notes. Yeah, it was. So, I was just looking to see if there was like any kind of useful effect I could put on the pet's weapon to help it along. By the way, what level is our? Oh, our pet's on level 36. Like it, there's just not much that it can physically do. Not a lot of weapons it can actually activate. Oh well. On the other hand, the pet just kind of doesn't take damage, so. Alright, inversion. Alright, so we're going to Togors. Okay, very good. And gonna start dispelling its buffs. Get rid of that damage shield in particular. There we go. Okay. Cool. Go ahead and weaken him. Added Shroud of Stealth and Innoruuk. Available 35. Okay, so it is implemented. Alrighty, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah, also gave Beast Lords Feign Death. June 16th. Okay. Oh, there it is. It was right below playing Possum. Okay. Why do I not have Ward of the Divine on? It's free damage. It's free real estate. Also, do I not have, oh, apparently, weird. Pack Chloroplast was named in the patch notes, but I don't actually have it. Oh, or and it doesn't exist. Weird. There we go. All right. All right, Mr. Elite Dragoon. Now, if there's one thing I learned from Final Fantasy XIV, is that there is no such thing as an Elite Dragoon. There are only lol drags. There we go. Finally. Alright. Maestro is a warrior. Ugh. Maestro's a rogue. Gross. I have to. And Mistress of Scorn is a warrior Shadow Knight Berserker. Alright, well, she's going all in on two-handed damage with her her little beat stick there. We'll get up a little higher on mana. At least most of our buffs last long enough we won't have to recast the majority of them. At least not until we get to Innoruuk. Actually go into Overchannel. Oh, very good. Should be able to just Togors. Yeah, just do that raw. Yeah, and Mallow. And Weaken. What is... I don't even know. I don't even... Oh, she's just wielding one of those crappy mage sticks. She probably is doing less damage by having that equipped. I'm not even going to disarm her. She's hitting the pet with her cleave. It's just slightly annoying. But pet has Blessing of the Lord Commander, so he can take care of himself. They're learning our meta. I almost want to buy Turn Undead right now just to smack her with it. Oop, she resisted. There we go. I'm gonna get PR rolling. Negation of Life does weaken PR quite a bit, actually. Only healed for like 4,400. Yeah. Decreases healing by 30%. Yeah. It's actually a little spooky. Man, my accuracy against this dumb slut is horrific. Even with the accuracy bump built into offensive stance. Who told you you were allowed to get unslowed? I mean, I guess it's fine. Yeah, the pet reslowed her, so yeah, whatever. Yay, very good. Some bard boots, don't care. Alright, yeah, Maestro as a rogue. Ugh, gross. Yeah, gonna want full mana and whatnot for Maestro. Let's see, anything... Alright. What does Maestro have for buffs? Arch shielding and diamond skin. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Alright. Puma first. Just overchannel a Togors and hopefully we can just raw dog it. Yup. Alright, very good. Alright, Mallow. We can... Alright, cool. Ooh, ow. That was a big old mana detonation right there. He actually decided to cast a real spell. Yeah, we resisted his ice comet. What a loser. What's our resist cold? Only 139. You might need to overchannel that one. Make sure he stays slowed. There we go. Oh, good. We interrupted mana detonation. That's always nice to see, because that's actually a lot of damage. Tortuga85, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Yeah, Shaman heal is nice. Spot heal between PR. Yep. We're actually using Sacred Echo between PRs as necessary. The Shaman's Crag Salve, yeah, is pretty respectable, but the echoes are just so good. Watching your videos for a while. Oh, welcome, welcome. Never played EQ before, but jumping into EQL, awesome. Happy to spread the love, as it were. Glad all those VODs and whatnot are accomplishing something. Let's over channel another. Yep. All right, reload. All right, Maestro. This is the part where you fall down. And get smited, idiot. Oh, or smite could miss. Oh boy, a bard sword that doesn't do anything. Woohoo. And Lord of Ire, okay. Joe Bacab there was having some cleave-related problems. Have a first EQ experience of EQL and then enjoy regular EQ. I mean, it's just so hard to get into regular EQ now, like as a truly new player. Like the barrier to entry is very high. There are so many systems on top of systems on top of systems. And the player base is so top heavy. Because everybody who's been playing, or everyone who is playing like EQ1 today has probably been playing for at least 20 years at this point. And so much of the player base are just multi-box hydras at this point. I don't know how somebody could even begin to approach EQ1 as a truly new player. Alright, Lord of Ire is a warrior Shadow Knight bard. Alright. Well, the game does not know how to play bard correctly. So, this should be pretty easy. What about trying Frost Reaver? Yeah, and yeah, there's so many like weird, rule sets that are active on Frost Reaver. That would be a very weird first EQ experience. Legends is ooh, Mithril Rune Tunic has Spell Haste 2. Oh, based. Is that from Stonebrunt? Oops, wrong button. And to hit Togors. There we go. Oh, Mithril Rune Tunic is from the Froglock Crusader on the live side of Lower Guk. Neat. Okay. More stuff to do in Lower Guk. Admittedly, as a cleric, we can just give ourselves spell haste. So it's really not that big a deal. But if we happen to see Crusader up, then so much the better, I guess. Yeah, spell haste. Up to 44. Just super useful. Even at 50, chances are you're going to have a lot of a number of spells that are lower than 44. You know, Incapacitate is 41. Togors is only 38. You know, so Nullify Magic is 38 for Cleric, 44 for Shaman. So plenty of spells that would be oh, that's neat. Pacify is considered a beneficial spell. So it's affected by the whatchamacallit, spellcasting deafness. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Alright, we got these 2 trash mobs right here. This idiot is of course he's a druid. Why wouldn't he be a druid? Yeah. Oh, did I? This guy thinks casting Superior Healing is going to help him. What an idiot. Hey. Oh, come on. And like a pixel of cast time left before he stunned me. Alright, we'll do a top to bottom rebuff after this guy. So we're 100% ready for Innoruuk. We'll also top to bottom rebuff the pet. And then we'll hope for the best. Okay. Also, Innoruuk is... Ooh, Paladin, Ranger, Wizard. Alright, he should be about as... That should be about as easy a class combo as he can have. You're gonna have to hit... He will get to LOH himself, unfortunately, so he's got an extra 10,000 hit points. But... Otherwise... Yeah, he's gonna be spending the second half of the fight trying to cast bad heals. And he won't have any... he won't have any like good heals that are actually worth casting. All right. As far as I'm aware, he does not get Unbound Strike Through. I don't think. Yeah, the Paladin bit will make him extra tanky, and he will have access to stuns. He will be trying to stun us with like Holy Might. He might actually burn through his mana bar pretty hard trying to do that. He's also going to be trying to cast like Ranger Snares a fair bit. He does not have Cleave, fortunately. So we got that going for us at least. And fortunately, NPCs do not use Smite, which is good because as much mana as he has, Smite would do absurd damage. All right, buffs part 2. And yeah, and since bosses, for some reason, don't buff themselves, he doesn't have the full deck of ranger buffs that he would have if he were a regular mob. Oh, whoops. Don't need to cast that. All right, Joba Cab. Oh, yeah, how big the... can slot your pally in as a lone healer? Maybe, yeah, we're gonna... depending on how spells scale, because, maybe superior healing gets, plus healing amount. Maybe it gets minus mana cost. Maybe it gets faster cast time. Okay. Oh, I need 4 standard. Okay. All right. Here we go. We got full everything. we'll start in defensive. I feel like we start in defensive and over channel. So we can land Mallow and slow. Alright. Okay. Put up Word of the Divine. Divine Touch. Okay. Let's also go ahead and precast Puma. I don't think it works on the pet, but it's free right now to cast it out of combat, so we will cast that out of combat. We will precast a PR on ourselves. Move into position here. Mallow. Alright, it landed. Togors. Landed. Weakness. Landed. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hit PR at... Okay. Oh, let's get recover stance going. That's important. Puma also, keep that rolling. I like PR at 70, feels pretty good. Keep an eye on debuff timers. Yeah, PR at 70, I think feels pretty good on the timer. Slow has a minute 27 on it. You don't want Joba Cab pulling aggro. PR's up. Ready to hit defensive. I think we're okay. Okay. Togors. Resist. Over channel. Actually, PR. There we go. And a recovery stance. Another PR. Let's go ahead and hit weaken. We're going to use our free PR next. Right there. Also Puma. What's our timer? Minute. Refresh Togor. Resist. PR. Let's go defensive for a sec. While we overchannel. There it goes. Okay. Offensive. Recovery. Incapacitate. Alright, he's out of mana. Buying ourselves a little bit of med time here in defensive. We have a lot of endurance to burn. I just want to get my mana up a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and PR. Let's overchannel. Let's hit Togors. Togors is up. Okay, back to recovery. Puma is out. Let's go offensive. Fresh PR. Yeah, pet's just gnawing away at him. Hit defensive just in case. Not necessary, but we don't want to. We don't want to lose it right at the finish line. We got a minute 56 on slow. Here's a PR. Once again, don't want to lose it at the finish line. We hit defensive. Back to offense. Get smited, idiot. It's just that easy. Oh. And a motive ascendant potential. I think that's +9. Yeah, that's a +9. Based. Earring of Bashing. Very nice. Yep. No cannibalize. Never touched LOH. No puppet strings. No nothing. Oh yeah, recovery. Recovery invocation. Absolutely, being able to sit in that. Basically the whole time. You know, just pop into overchannel to land slow. How much damage was Pet doing? You know, Pet was actually hitting. Like Pet was doing damage. Um, yeah, like actually very high accuracy on the Pet. I mean, except for right there. For the most part, he had except right there and right there. All right, oh, a little streaky. And yeah, good loot. Whew. Smite for 20. Got to nerf the smite. Yep. That was actually the melee hit from smite. Like, the melee part killed him. It wasn't even the magic damage. Let's see. Ring of Pure Blood. My ring is currently +7. So, okay. Yeah. That upgrading that any to like +8 is not going to happen anytime soon. So, we'll go ahead and loot that. Pretty. You know what? Honestly, went way smoother than maybe even than I expected. I mean, you know, uh had to keep you know, an eye on slow because it only lasts, you know, 2 minutes or whatever. 240 only, yeah, 242. So you know, don't want that to come off. Uh, um, Mallow lasted the whole fight because it lasts like 10 minutes or something, 11 minutes. We did have to we did have to recast Incapacitate. That only lasts 5 minutes. I think the whole fight was about 7 minutes. That was difficulty +4. So that was Inny at his worst. Let's see here. Eye of Innoruuk, oh boy, because I don't have enough of those already. Engineer's Ring. What is our current ring at? Current ring is at +6. Oh, okay. That will actually get us up to +7. Okay, so the Engineer's Ring, I will just loot that. Actually, it probably is enough to get it to +7 anyway. Yeah, it just gets it to +7, so good enough. Our Earring of Bashing is currently +6. Alright, I want to actually get this to +7. Cloak of Scales, yeah, we'll just go ahead and, yeah, which, oh yeah, that's right. If we are a shaman, we can actually use this, which is cool, I guess. Or, yeah, we can always just give it to our shaman pet, because it's really good. It's actually really good pet gear. I'll just go ahead and merge that. I will loot that earring. Alright, this thing. Major potential, I will withdraw 4 of these. That moves it up to +5. I think it needs a little bit more juice, though, to get... Okay, yeah, we would need to put, like... we need to put, like, a +6 in there. Alright, a greater potential +6. I am willing to invest 1 of these. Okay. To get this up to +7. There we go. Cool. Yeah, combo. Combo really appeals to your tank mindset. Yeah, you know, our DPS was basically 0. But not actually 0, so it's okay. Yeah, the only... All right, we still have not seen a +10, the infinite potential. Haven't seen one of those yet. But we've seen everything else. Yeah, we, Yep, Jobacab, absolutely. The fact that Innoruuk did not roll Warrior helped. Had Jobacab been getting cleaved all over the place, he might have just ended up tanking the floor. But fortunately, that is only a problem if the boss rolls Warrior. But yeah, was really not that busy per se. Keep an eye. Keep PR up. And the important thing there was kind of knowing where our health needs to be when we cast PR. I was doing it at 70. We could have pushed that to like 60, 65, just to get a little bit more efficiency. But there would have been a cut. There might have been some close calls. We might have had to do a little more stance dancing between offense and defense, just to buy ourselves a couple of seconds here and there. Yeah. When Shaman Pet is pulling his weight, you know your DPS is low. Yes. I mean, Paladin and a double healer. Like, it was, yeah. You know, with, I think that kill, the only times we ever cast Smite were, you know, at the very end to get the kill shot, and a couple of times to pull some aggro, because the pet was actually pulling hate at one point. You know, the pet like spamming stun nukes and stuff like that. Yeah, it was actually pulling some hate. It was keeping up with me. I have one EQL. Well, we still got a solo Eye of Vishan. We haven't pulled that off yet. Now, this was procedural. Yeah, you know, we tried Eye of Vishan the other night on D0, and the problem was the damage is just so spiky and RNG based on that. Because its melee hits don't really do anything. It's those life tap procs it does that are just so brutal. Shaman dots are fine damage, but within the context of like that Innoruuk fight, we get more value by just efficiently healing ourselves so we can do more auto attacks. You know, auto attacks are the best dot. Is what it comes down to. And, you know, buying ourselves 30 more seconds of auto attack is more value than casting Scourge or whatever. Plus, heals don't get resisted. Now, if we were in a situation where we were, where turtling up was not an option, and it made more sense to just maximize damage output, then we would definitely look at loading up some dots at the start of the fight to just maximize damage. But that was not the strategy here. You know, honestly, yeah, the best damage to mana ratio, other than just healing and extending our life, was definitely Puma. Puma was doing damage. Because it checks that prismatic minus 200, it is basically irresistible. You know, I seriously doubt we saw even one resist. Yeah, prismatic minus 200 is unresistible in all but name. Actually, interestingly, even Ward of the Divine is only magic minus 50. And even that was landing very consistently. I don't think Togor's has a... Yeah, Togor's does not have a resist check on it. That was getting resisted. If I did an overchannel, even with Mallow running, Togor's was getting resisted pretty much every time I tried to not overchannel it. Also, man, Innoruuk is, you know, you can tell what his hobbies are because he keeps hitting for 420. You know, and he keeps hitting that 420 over and over again, but he's totally not addicted, bro. Come on, it's all natural, you know. It's you know, but old Innoruuk's not using that paper for writing. He's using it for rolling doobies. And that's why Innoruuk, instead of running the plane of hate, is now living in a van down by the river. That effect prismatic is lowest resistance. I forget. Between prismatic and chromatic, one takes the average of the target's resistances, the other takes the lowest, and for the life of me, I don't remember which is which. I want to say prismatic is average and chromatic is lowest, but someone fact check me on that. Because, I am just a lowly paladin. I don't get to cast prismatic and chromatic nukes. But either way, it's one of those two, and then, it finds that number and then subtracts 200. So it's just going to land every time. Nothing is going to resist that, except in very rare edge cases. And fastest first trio currently to 50. I probably gotta say some kind of healer, probably Cleric, Bard, probably Warrior, actually, and probably just Warrior, Cleric, Bard, honestly. But I think the difference between like Warrior, Cleric, Bard, and replace Warrior with either of the Knights, I think the difference is pretty minimal. Bard is just so efficient, and Cleric is just so efficient. The beauty there is you just have zero downtime. You'll go 0 to 50 and never have a med break, ever. Between the three knights, the fact that Warrior just has the best melee DPS out of the three probably means you get where you're going a little faster, but, we're talking about second or third digit optimization there. Yeah, Warrior, Druid, Bard also, you get the damage shields going. You also get, you don't have to do a side trip to, or you don't have to detour to get port spells. SK Necro also really good. With whatever in the third slot, especially leveling up the first time, all the like stats and saves and stuff that Bard gives you for free are just so much efficiency. They just cover the gaps in your gear until you actually have like resists, for example. Spellblade your nukes, or run SK Necro, Spellblade your taps. I would also say very strong contender, Cleric, Enchanter, or even Paladin, Enchanter, Berserker. I think also good speedrunning potential. The mana regen, and the haste, and Berserker speed gives you enough damage. You have the mana regen. Your heals aren't great, but you can cast them a lot between combat, so downtime shouldn't be too bad. You've got Mez to get through the rough spots, and to make a lot of difficult situations totally manageable. And you can also Spellblade Mesmerization, which is really cool. Yeah, charm pets also are a thing. Charm pets can't use pet gear yet, so at least for now, not having an extra set of pet gear laying around doesn't matter. You know, you could also use the Enchanter animation, which is a full-blown real pet now that you can control. So you could do that too if you don't want to mess around with charm. Um, but yeah, you get a huge utility kit at that point. Uh, Spellblade Mez does not turn off auto attack. Nope. And you do not mez yourself with like AoE mez. So, you know, you'll instantly break mez on the thing you're targeting, which is fine because you're hitting it anyway, but, you know, you'll be like spamming mez on everything else. Yeah, because basic mesmerization is a level 16 spell that costs 60 mana before specialization. Can hit up to 30 targets in a targeted AoE. It only lasts for 24 seconds, but that's good enough. Also, because it's only level 16, you only need like level 1 or tier 1 focus effects to get full value on the focus effect. So, tier 1 mana efficiency, tier 1 spell speed, whatever else you might want on it. Yeah, tier 1's good enough. And it works on up to level 55 mobs. Yeah, it's an amazing spell. It's like, honestly, it's probably way too good. It uh it just completely shuts down every crowd of mobs up to and including the plains. Even in the plains, there's not that much trash that's level 56 or above. You know, you get to like the second floor of hate, you see a like decent-ish number of red cons. But also on second floor of hate, the mobs are a lot more spread out and they don't wander. So you have a lot less need for AoE mez. It's a lot easier to single pull everything. And even then, the red cons are, you know, spread out. So chances are, if you do pull a pack, you'll pull like 4 or 5 yellows that you can mez and 1 red that you kill first. Yeah, so for your basic XPing purposes, that sort of crowd control is a safety net in case you mess up. You know, it's an alternative to feign death. You don't want to have to use it, but it's better to have it and not need it. You know, especially if you want to go grinding in like a +4 zone, like Mistmore +4, it is a really nice safety net. Or if you were here, the first time we got to Lower Guk last night as an enchanter, our pet got lost when we jumped down the pit to the basement. Broke charm or something while lost. Aggroed like 20 or 25 mobs. And we were only level 22 at the time. Like, every mob was blood red con. And we got through it. We weren't even spellblading the AoE mez. We were hand casting it every, 18 seconds. But yeah, it was just this impenetrable cloud of frogs, but we got through it. And we had mana to spare. We did just fine. We'd hit AoE mez, kill a frog, AoE mez, kill a frog, AoE mez, kill a frog, just did that for like, 20, 25 frogs. It was crazy. Yeah, it was like a level and a half in one pull. Yeah, if For anybody who missed that, go check yesterday's VOD. It was a good moment. It's at the beginning of the video. It's one of the. What time is it? Whoa, it is almost 1 in the morning. Okay. So, all right. Well, I guess tomorrow let's see. Unless we get some more hot patches or something tomorrow, which I'm not specifically expecting. I'm not expecting like a major like gameplay update until Tuesday. If we get hot fixes over the weekend, I'm expecting mostly just bug fixes and such. But if it, assuming no new content that needs to be tested or whatever, we're probably going to go work on getting Enchanter to 50. Which will be like one more level down in Guk or something, and then we'll go up to Plane of Hate or something and go XP in there, I think will be probably the plan for tomorrow. Although, yeah, if stuff shows up in the meantime that needs worked on, then we'll work on it. But we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. So that will do it for me for tonight. So yeah, thanks for tuning in as always, everybody here in chat. Thanks for watching along, everybody out in VOD land. I do appreciate you spending all your time with me like this. You know, we're almost 6.5 hours in, so yeah, if you watched all 6.5 hours of the VOD, you know, or the stream, or some portion, thank you for that. We'll be back tomorrow with more, but that's it for me for tonight. So my name is Tim. I will see you tomorrow, or technically later today, or whenever you feel like it if you're watching the VOD. So good night.